hearing 4 into variation 2. This session's being live streamed. The hearing's being live streamed. And just to recap, on day 1 we heard from the reporting team, the officer, at least the planning officer. The panel went on some site visits in the afternoon. We haven't been to all of the sites yet, but we're going to do some more tomorrow afternoon. We heard from some submitters yesterday, and we've got some more submitters today. So the only other thing I'll say before we start is that, just for people viewing the session, there's some sites where we've had expert evidence, a lot of expert technical evidence presented, and the council reporting team, or the DCC experts as they're known, have got different views, or at least have invited further evidence so that they can consider that. The panel is quite comfortable with those experts from both sides, if you like, coming together and conferencing, so that they might be able to come to some agreements on some of the technical matters. That certainly helps the panel. It helps us if people are in agreement on things, so we encourage that to happen. That relates to the Cove hearing yesterday, or the session on the Cove, Portobello Road, and it might also relate to some of the other sites that have a lot of evidence. So we're quite happy for that to happen, and we just ask that the normal protocols are followed and that notes are taken and communicated to the panel. We're particularly interested in areas of agreement, and areas that are not in agreement, we want reasons as to why experts won't agree on those things, the usual protocols. Anyway, so that process will carry on behind the scenes and be reported back to us in due course. Right, coming to day 3, first of all we have Ms. Keary. Thank you for coming along to the hearing. We understand you've come to talk about the site known as RS205, which is Aramoana Road. So one thing, Ms. Keary, we haven't yet heard from the people promoting the rezoning there, or the people who've requested that, so you're the first one to talk to us about this site. So we have the staff report, the Section 42A report in front of us, but we haven't considered the site yet, so we're in your hands, and thank you very much for providing written notes of what you're going to present. So on that note, I'll hand over to you now. Thank you very much.
And I take off my mask.
Take off your mask and
demask myself.
Yes, thank you, by all means.
Dramatically.
Yep. And you familiar with how to use the speaker? Yep, very good. Very good.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission in opposition to more building sites at Te Ngāru. And I didn't say, first of all, good morning, morena, to you all. I wish to clarify an assumption that seemed to be made in the Cubic summary commissioned by Lex Anderson and his sister Denise. It seemed to imply that my opposition would most likely be for personal reasons as the adjoining neighbour. Well, I did raise some very legitimate questions back in 2011, but there is something even more significant at stake here. I actually wish to address the elephant in the room, the context of the proposal. Te Ngāru is, since 1998, adjacent to a designated ecological area, and the row of houses called Te Ngāru is largely visible to the people visiting the tidal flats for legitimate purposes. But that's not all of my challenge to you in your capacity as decision makers. To briefly remind you of what I have already submitted, firstly, an elaborated version of the more significant reasons for my stand on this issue today. Secondly, a copy of a talk I gave in 2017 to the Rebus Club in Greytown, Wairarapa, on my involvement and experiences with the travelling embassy for the independent state of Aramoana over several months back in 1981, a wonderful non-violent action. Thirdly, a letter submitted to the West Harbour Community Board in 2019 read the proposal, which did happen, to name an area at the cutting, Otterfellow Point, Dion's Place. Dion Ombler had been in management at the Glendermid Tannery at Sawyers Bay, and in his retirement enjoyed windsurfing at Te Ngaru. He decided to smarten up what had been a very casual-looking area at the entrance to the lovely little beach there, just by the cutting. Please note, at the end of my 2021 submission, the nil response to the writer of the letter attached for your perusal. Is this perhaps an illustration of what I'm talking about, the elephant in the room? I wish to further submit 2 short pieces of information for you to read and ponder, not right now, related to the decision you will be making. The first is a photocopy of 3 pages from Mandy Hager's 2022 book on the history of public protest in New Zealand. I'll read you the statement made by the Honourable Peter Dunn, Associate Minister for the Environment, in 1998, probably when reserve status was finally granted. It took 20 years from when we started. It's a big, long campaign. And you'll see that in the second piece. I've got notes on the papers I've given you, so I don't need to talk about it too much at all. The second piece is information I wrote for Katik last year when he was researching for a podcast on Aramoana. More information on Katik and the permission form I needed to sign are included. Thank you. And I want to read the words of Peter Dunn at the start of this bit of paper, which I thought is a beautiful way of finishing for you. He said in 1998, "The beautiful Aramoana has been rescued from the smelter of Think Big, and we are now putting it in the right hands. Today's decision is the last step in a story of how a community took on the government and won." Peter Dunn, Associate Minister for the Environment at the time. Thank you, that's all.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
All right, now, okay, thank you for that background. In terms of what's being proposed here, you're a neighbour.
Yes.
In fact, in Mr. Cubitt's evidence, which we haven't heard yet, he mentions that you're the only neighbour. Is that correct?
The only what?
You're the only neighbour. Sorry, I haven't got. Is it?
Well, close neighbour. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I mean the whole
Right.
community is neighbour, and
Right.
When you're looking at subdivisions, you're looking at costs and all
Yes.
sorts of things.
So,
Yeah.
so can I invite you just to tell us a little bit more about what concerns you about the particular rezoning of this block of land, how it would affect your amenity, or how it might affect you personally?
I go into this in my submission,
Yes,
and really it's the fact that this area is adjacent to an ecological reserve. That's the key. That's the elephant in the room. Otherwise, it's the same arguments that we have, and I elaborated on them in 2011, the questions, for example. I don't think you want to hear all this, do you?
Well, maybe if I could ask you some specific questions, like for example...
It might be quicker to read what I questioned at the time.
Okay. Well, by all means, yeah.
There's 5 questions. What compensation could, should, or would there be for loss of privacy or amenity value? But this is the personal stuff. But I'm more concerned about the adjacency to the ecological reserve. That's my main. That's why I'm still here. Because I've spent years on the issue of Aramoana. Number 2. What guarantees could, should, or would be in place to avoid significant increases in rates to offset the cost of the proposed subdivision to the neighbourhood? These questions are all any questions where subdivision. They're not specific to. They're just well thought out questions. Number 3. What guarantees are in place that sometime in the future the neighbourhood will not be required to pay for an upgraded sewerage system that potentially makes individual households liable for substantial costs? Number 4. You've already got all this anyway on the back of that form. Yeah.
That's fine, we have. It's just an opportunity for you to emphasise any points.
Yes, and what protection would be in place if there is a breach of conditions concerning the nature, height and positioning of the buildings in relation to neighbours? And number 5, and this was addressed in the Cubitt report, will the DCC place a caveat on the title deed on new sections exempting it from liability in the event of a rise in sea level? That's the only one that's more specific to Nauru.
Right, thank you. And so, have you got any other response to Mr. Cubitt's report? I think he talks about your house being 15 metres away, and he's suggesting a setback. But from what I'm picking up, your main concerns are not your own amenity. It's not. You're more concerned about the effects on the ecological.
Oh, exactly.
Okay, all right.
Otherwise, it's just a NIMBY question, isn't it? And that's usually hard to justify. Not always, but in this case, I think it's elephant in the room stuff. There's this amazing victory got won.
Yeah. And I think another thing, Mr. Cubitt makes the point that there's already quite a bit of development there, and this is sort of like...
just the last one, yeah.
This is filling things in.
It sounds so logical and nice and neat and tidy. Right. Except, who wants to visit an area that has been gained at huge effort from miles of different people, not just me, where they start to feel like they're in someone's backyard? I mean, that's what I mentioned about, like, we can see the people on the flats gathering cockles and, enjoying themselves and doing what they do. But it's beautiful if you haven't got your wild, natural places anymore, people don't operate so well. I mean, we keep talking about mental health issues in this country. Getting out into the free environment, we all start to feel so much better. I mean, I work away in my home and I get bogged down sometimes, and I just have to walk across the road and think, what's your problem, Claire? It's like it all lifts. But if you're all of a sudden feeling like, there's somebody watching you while you're feeling free, it doesn't feel, it's not the right effect anymore.
Right, so you feel that it's reached the point where there shouldn't be any more housing or development in that area. Would this one be the straw that breaks the camel's back, in your view?
I'm taking a stand on this for the reason that why keep defacing and despoiling what has been gained and given to us as a special gift by the country, the rest of the country. It wasn't just the local community that wanted it. It became nationwide.
And so when you refer to Mr. Peter Dunn's statement, he talks about the beautiful Aramoana. Do you think he's referring to the natural character, or the fact that it has got some small batches and settlements there? Do you think he envisaged it being a community as well as a natural landscape? Is that how you interpret it?
Well, I know Peter Dunn personally. He was a great friend of my late husband, Neil Macmillan, who was parliamentary, life member of the Press Gallery. And nobody's against community living there. I mean, you can't just turf us all out. I mean, nobody wants that to happen.
I think we understand what you're saying. I'll just ask the panel if they have any particular questions.
I think just to probably, it's more of a clarification that if the requested zoning is approved, the concern is not your property, it's the effects on the ecological area. So I'm hearing that.
Yeah, I mean, there will be concerns if all of a sudden there's 3 stories next door and it blocks out all my sun, you would imagine. There are concerns, but in comparison to the fact of what the area is, that's personal sense stuff, isn't it? Which is important too. A bit, yeah, it is important.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. I think that's carried in the 42A report as a summary of your assessment as well. I think it's carried fairly accurately. My question is of staff actually, and it's about our role here as we're doing zoning changes. This has a feel of a consent hearing to it, in as much as it's a very small area to be rezoned to allow the activity to change in that area. So I'd like some feedback from staff when we get the reply, how this differs from a consent hearing, given that it's really only on effectively one title. In other words, should we even be considering it, because should it really be considered as a consent? Thank you.
Yes, and just to follow up on that, Mr. Cubitt has provided a plan of subdivision that, and there's obviously some history to the site, so certainly a consent flavour to it as well. I agree with that. So, yep, thank you very much. Anyway, thank you for coming, Ms. Carey. We have no further questions. You're very clear, and thank you for providing the additional information to us. We'll have a look at that and when we deliberate. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. We've got a few minutes before the next submitter. Do we know whether? Oh, you're here. Okay. Mr. Reid. Mr. Reid? Yes. Did you want to come and talk to us now? Are you happy to come? Yeah. Okay. So just in a couple of minutes, when you're ready, we'll hear from you. There's no harm in being slightly ahead of schedule, I suppose. All right. I can say that we have been and visited this piece of land. It's one of the few sites we managed to get to on day one. So we went down and had a look just on the road into the property, and maybe you can just explain. You a landowner there, is that right? Do you own the land?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Well, the front part, the back part, Mr. Stewardson owns. Yeah.
Right, that's right. And we're going to be hearing from Ms. Peters, Emma Peters, straight after you, in relation to the same block of land for Mr. Stewardson. Yeah. So thank you. We have read the staff report that reports on this, and we've been to the site, but we're really keen to hear from you as well. So we're in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just read this, it's easier for me. I'm a trustee in the Greenfields Trust, which owns the property at 207 Gladstone Road South. 207 Gladstone Road is part of the area for rezoning that is called GF02. I received notification from the DCC of the proposed rezoning when the variation was notified. I'm here today to confirm that I'm completely in support of the proposal. This is not from a financial point of view, but from the view that the area is reasonably flat, but more importantly is flood-free and will always be so. The reason I bought the land was to build a new retirement home and finish my days there. My wife and I chose the property because of its proximity to Mosgiel and the small settlement of East Torrey. We have easy access to State Highway 1 and we're close to Dunedin and close to the airport. After living on a farm in livestream over 30 years, we have enjoyed living so close to so many services. My wife regularly bikes to the supermarket in Mosgiel and it takes her just 10 minutes or a couple of minutes by car. Clearly the city needs more land for development and the area is ideal for what is proposed. I would go further to say that the strip of land between 207 and Riverside Road, which is 2 roads down, between the railway line and State Highway 1 is ideal for housing development. This land is free from flooding and as a farmer with over 40 years experience of the land, it is a little productive value. The main reason that it gets very wet and puggy in the winter and dries out rock hard in the summer. The assessment sheet suggests that it is good land with moderate limitations, which in my opinion is not correct. One of the submissions opposed the rezoning that there was a suggestion that the housing development would block the views of the Mungatua Range from the existing houses. I consider this incorrect, and you will have noticed that those houses are well elevated above in that back, in the present area. There are already at least 7 buildings on Mr. Stewartson's land, 201, and 3 on ours, 207, and these buildings would not impede the views from the submitter's property. Also, that there may be a height restriction on the new houses will also manage any concerns people have about their views to the ranges being blocked, and I think it's probably the present rules are quite sufficient. That is all I propose to say on the rezoning. Thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Now, I should have asked you just to point out are you able to point out your place on that aerial photograph there? I think I know which one it is, but...
Yeah, it's that part there.
Oh, okay.
Ed's got a laneway there and that's his block of land. Oops.
So I think it's
That's
what...
his block of land there.
Yes, okay, so...
That's those buildings on the Ed's already there.
Right.
And that is a particularly high shed, which
Yes.
has been present for years.
Okay, so is that the GFO2A area? It's probably the O2. They're split into 2 areas, but I think we understand that. The Stewardson block is the larger block, is it? The one next door, yep. Okay.
No, we're the larger one.
Oh, you're the large one?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay.
We're just under...
You're O2, okay.
We're just under 2
Yes.
hectares, and I think Ed's about a hectare with his laneway. Yeah.
Yep, there's 2A right next door to it, yeah. And the land is, I think you're correct, the land is elevated, but there's sort of there's some bits that are slightly dippy and there's some that's slightly higher, but generally it's elevated up, isn't it?
In behind us there, yeah.
Yes, in behind, yeah.
Those houses, yeah, look well over it. I do have some photographs if you'd like to.
Yeah, oh, that's okay.
Because we've probably seen it.
We had a look and we'll be hearing some more from Ms. Peters straight after you. So you're just supporting the recommendation, which is to rezone this
Yes.
and to General Residential 1, and so thank you for that. I've got no further questions, but I'll just see if the panel do. Okay. It's all very clear, so thanks for coming along. Thank you. Very good. A little bit ahead of schedule now, but we'll just adjourn for the moment until Ms. Peters comes. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms Peters. You've come slightly early and we're actually on time, so thank you for coming along. And we've just had a presentation by Mr Reid, who's a neighbour to your client, I guess. And the panel has been to visit this site too on the first day. And having read your statement, we're pretty confident we won't have an hour of questions for you. So. That's fine. We welcome a few breaks so that we can sort of catch up with things. So anyway, thank you for preparing your statement, and we're perfectly happy for you to either read that to us or summarise the key points, but in your hands. Thank you.
Okay, so I see that we've got the site up there. So my clients, Ed and Tracy Stewardson, own the piece furthest from Gladstone Road South, and the one with a lot of sheds on it. The history of this block is that the Stewardson family owned a intensive poultry farm, and they used to own quite a bit of the land. This is the last remnant piece of land, with those buildings were all used for the poultry operation. That ceased in the 1990s. Since then, they haven't been able to do anything with it. So it grazes a few sheep. They did look at maybe running the poultry business there again, but when they consulted with neighbours in the residential area, that wasn't a go, understandably. So hence the putting it forward for rezoning with the pieces of land in front of it that the neighbours there were interested as well. So as you would have seen on your site visit, it's really well suited to General Residential 1. It's right on the edge of East Taieri, and the provision of its infrastructure does not look to be like it's of any real issue with this site. There was out of scope, they were deemed out of scope, submissions that were for land that is between this block and Main South Road, and with part of that there was a site plan that went in, structure plan that went in, that showed a road going through this block. It's the client's intention to make sure that when development occurs that there's provision for future linkage through this site.
Right, so if I can just ask you a question as we go. So that would be captured as part of an application for subdivision if the land's rezoned, is that right? It'll be set aside as a corridor, or at least not built upon, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yeah. And that's really probably all that I need to say with that. I think I'll just take that you guys have read my evidence, and fairly much for this one, the submitters agreed with the Section 42A report and the findings therein.
If we have any questions? No. Don't. It's it appears straightforward. It's as I understand it, there are no submissions opposing. Is that correct? And the staff report is favourable. Oh, there are? Okay.
Yeah, there are some oppositions.
I've closed that screen, so. Can we just clarify who the submitters are? Have you got that?
ORC's got an opposition. There's a few.
Okay. Have you got any response to the submissions in opposition that we should consider?
Yeah, so with respect to ORC, in terms of their usual concerns, I think, have been raised in relation to this. So it's concerns over wastewater management and concern over stormwater, and the hazard risk associated with the alluvial fan. I think those are all matters that can be taken care of at the time of subdivision. So for example, a General Residential 1 subdivision application is going to have to show the connections for stormwater and wastewater, and also prepare a stormwater management plan. at the time of subdivision, and likewise with the alluvial fan that is over the property, that would require a geotech investigation at the time of subdivision. So I think those ones are fairly straightforward. In terms of the other... I don't think I really had much more to say about the other changes, the other opposing submissions, because I think they were really well covered in the Section 42A report. There was concerns about loss of, most of them seemed to centre around concerns about loss of rural amenity and views and character and that type of thing. It's just acknowledged that with a change from one zone to another, there's going to be a loss of those, but there are, as was stated in the 42A report, there's controls there in terms of sunlight and amenity controls and that kind of thing, which I think will overcome those type concerns. And also I note that in the subdivision design, there's the ability to be able to do planting or have areas that provide a bit of break between the existing residents. But again, that would be another matter that can be taken into account at the time of subdivision.
Quite right. Okay. I've got no further questions. Thank you very much for coming along. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask one question?
Oh, yes,
clarification?
certainly. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. So when you said that a road would be retained for potential future development, is that towards the south or the west?
Yeah, so that would be towards the south.
South, okay.
Yeah, so that is towards the part of 225 Gladstone Road South, which has the long shed within the alluvial fan, just below, I suppose, for the way we're looking at it. And then 100 Main South Road is between that property and the main road.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so they were both part of their out of scope submission, okay. So they've indicated a willingness to subdivide later on if it's rezoned at a subsequent process.
See, that relates to properties that have been struck out, for want of a better word, but they might come back with a...
Oh, they would absolutely come back,
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as there's a private ability to do a private plane change, I rather suspect.
And is there any immediate plans to develop the land if it gets rezoned?
Yes.
There is? Okay.
Yes, there is.
All right.
Yes,
okay.
so probably not so much by my client, but it will go on the market to whatever developing party wants it. Yeah.
Oh, it was just absolute clarity. In other words, effectively parallel to Riccarton Road. Sorry? The way that road would run would be parallel to Riccarton Road.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming along. We have no further questions. Thank you. We'll take an adjournment now until the next submitter, who's at 11:30. Yep. You're going to do it one by one, or you're going to... Okay. Both come together? Yeah. Okay, very good. Welcome along to the hearing, ladies. We'll reconvene to discuss your submissions relating to Halfway Bush Road, and it's number GF09 on our agenda. So welcome along to the hearing. We're in your hands. Did you want to do a joint presentation, or are you going to go
no,
one?
I'm going to go first.
You go first, Ms. Footers.
So what location have you got? Because
We've got...
it's 3 Mile Hill Road.
Yeah, known as 3 Mile Hill Road, known as Halfway Bush Road. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, my name is Alice Woutis, and I'll be talking on behalf of Keep Halfway Bush Semi-Rural Incorporated and myself. So there's 2 separate submissions. And after I've spoken, Valerie Dempster will be speaking on behalf of Keep Halfway Bush Semi-Rural Incorporated. I would like to suggest that any questions that you have about my talk are kept until Valerie has spoken, as they may be answered for you. My talk will consist of the major error in the Section 42A report, consequences of changing zoning, and water runoff flooding. So where is semi-rural Halfway Bush? So semi-rural Halfway Bush is located on the top of one of the 7 hills that surround the Dunedin business area. The semi-rural area is about 280 to 320 metres above sea level. We get the snow. And why do people choose to live in semi-rural Halfway Bush? Some of the reasons people live here are the semi-rural lifestyle. They can have paddocks with animals, space, have like-minded neighbours, enjoy nature, etc. Rural outlook, as the area consists of tall trees and green pastures which contain livestock such as horses, alpacas, sheep, cows, etc. We have the Dunedin Branch Pony Club. As you are probably aware, that pony clubs have been diminishing over the years. And this is directly over the road from the land in question, 4149 3 Mile Hill Road. Being in rural residential area, it does not have footpaths or street lighting, but it does have septic tanks, water tanks, and open swell drains, which are large ditches at the side of the road. Semi-rural Halfway Bush has problems. The 2 major problems that the area has are water runoff, flooding, and traffic safety. Halfway Bush is full of natural springs. We have several on our property. I have a lifestyle property, as do all the other people in my neighbourhood. There are also springs located in the residential part of Halfway Bush. We all know when it rains in Dunedin, it could rain for days. When the rain falls in Halfway Bush, the water is trying to run into the natural streams and rivers. During the last rainfall, the DCC closed the road due to flooding. It had become dangerous for a normal sedan car to cross the floodwaters. During heavy rains, this water would massively increase in volume and then continue its journey into Fraser Gully, destroying the precious ecosystems and potentially wiping out walking tracks. The volume of water, which will be continually increasing, would flow into Crike Valley before heading to Green Island to the sea. Setting a precedent. There seems to be a major error in the Planner's 42A report. Or did he not read my submission? In my submission, I voiced concerns that if the land change zones from rural residential to large lot residential, then this would set a precedent within bordering rural residential land. There are 2 direct bordering properties, 8 and 14 Dalziel Road. For example, if we look at number 8 Dalziel Road, this property is over 2.36 hectares, so over 23,600 square metres. The property owners could become developers and attempt to subdivide their property into lots of dwellings, either by obtaining resource consent through DCC or the Environmental Court. This housing development could then continue throughout the whole of the Peno block. Why the concern? More water, runoff, flooding, landslips. As you're probably aware that through building houses, driveways, roads, etc., there is a change in the natural hydrological cycle in two ways. Firstly, there is less land to directly infiltrate through the soils or slowly drain over land. Firstly, there's just like to be, and the soils will slowly drain over land. The second issue is that due to the increased sealed surfaces, the water runoff is now much faster going into the natural watercourse. Basically, with every house built at the top of the hill, it will dramatically increase the risk of flooding for homes and businesses below in Crikra Valley. Traffic, increase in danger because Dalzell Road has poor visibility due to it being narrow, windy, with dips. Personal choices. Residents choose to live in a semi-rural area, not a suburban area. People who live in Dunedin like to have a choice. Or are we all going to be forced to live in suburban neighbourhoods? What happens if you choose to change zoning? By agreeing to change the zoning of this land from rural residential to large lot residential, then the Commissioners, Councillor Jim O'Malley and Steve Walker, are saying to the people of Dunedin that if you live in a semi-rural property, then your community is under threat of being suburbanised. That even though there is already a water runoff, flooding, landslip problem in the area, that we are okay to add to this problem. Dunedin residents who are located lower down the hill and are affected by flooding by having damaged houses, businesses or walk tracks are going to demand answers. How are you going to explain that their homes, property, walking tracks have been sacrificed for houses at the top of the hill? So by changing the land zoning to large lot residential, then the Commissioners are given a clear message that bordering rural residential areas are up for development and that Dunedin residents living at the bottom of the hill will have to be sacrificed for new housing. Conclusion. To prevent intensifying water runoff problems, flooding, landslips, increased traffic dangers, losing the pony club and forcing people off their semi-rural properties, then please keep the zoning as it is, rural residential. Thank you.
Most of you met me before. Whoops, bring it over, bring it down. Right, I'll start again. Most of you heard me speak before. I've been here a few times since 2015. My name is Valerie Dempster, and I speak on behalf of Keep Halfway Bush Semi-Rural Incorporated. Now, this is an update to my talk on the 8th of December 21, when I provided a summary of the flooding hazards in the area. I have a copy here for those who haven't read it, if necessary.
We recall you did come in, and it does come to mind. Yes, I do recall.
Come closer.
Yes,
is that better?
Yes, we do remember you coming in and talking to us about the flooding. Yes, indeed.
Right, good. Now, following recent heavy rain in July, the swale drain at the top entrance to Ashburn Clinic overflowed across Tyree Road. It had become blocked with leaves, etc. In spite of a radio warning, traffic still sped through the water in excess of 50 kilometres per hour. Traffic turning into Ashburn Clinic were in serious danger at the bottom corner entrance driveway. Many of the swale drains still have leaves and visible stormwater still draining away, and that was 3 weeks ago when the last rain event occurred. Perhaps it never completely drains away. Dalzell Road was closed in the vicinity of Brinsden Road due to flooding. On August the 8th, snowfall and 0-degree temperatures resulted in ice danger. Sunstrike is also a serious problem. Fog has always occurred in rural halfway bush, but during 2022 there have been episodes of fog. There was an accident on Dalzell Road due to fog. I have lived in the area for 60 years. I've lived in our original family home. I have seen and heard of many road accidents. I know there are many hazards. Because of this, the Penno block was wisely zoned rural. The land has many springs that become little rivers after heavy rain. The area at 41 to 49 3 Mile Hill Road is not serviced by the DCC for water and wastewater. It very likely doesn't have decent cell phone coverage. People who reside in the area where I live at 490 Tyree Road don't have adequate cell phone reception. Often only one dot or none at all, depending on the weather. Now, where I live is on the town side of Ashburn Clinic. Fibre hasn't made much improvement either. House owners in the area opposite the Pony Club on 3 Mile Hill Road have tried for many years to get improved infrastructure, but to no avail. At this time, it is not intended to provide this to GF 09, 41 to 49, 3 Mile Hill Road in the future. This would involve extra costs to potential new homeowners. Also, there would be hidden costs for drainage, which would not be apparent till after a heavy rain event. The many springs historically become little rivers. City planners in the past knew about these hazards and wisely zoned the area rural residential. Allowing the area to become residential 1 would be a profound mistake. The area is more suited to grazing animals or growing food. After all, it has natural irrigation. More houses, more traffic. Surely consideration should be given to the established Pony Club and Ashburn Clinic. Both have been in the rural halfway bush area since the mid-1950s. Both need a peaceful environment. They are situated there because of the rural zoning. They require safe access from Tyree Road. In recent years, traffic has increased on Tyree Road, 3 Mile Hill Road and Dalzell Road. All three are now dangerous due to extra houses being built in halfway bush and on the Tyree. Daily, I see this as happening. Many vehicles are exceeding the speed limit of 50 kilometres per hour. Now, this is happening in all types of weather. There are few prosecutions. I don't see the traffic department up there watching. Since 2014 to 15, many local residents from the local halfway bush area have written submissions opposing further residential development. Their views based on their local knowledge as residents. I would request that their submissions be reread and taken notice of. I hope that their valuable contributions will not be filed away and forgotten about. Now, just a final further note. This morning, the Insurance Council says, and I quote, "Don't allow houses to be built in vulnerable areas." Now, I listened to an interview on ZB Talkback this morning at 9:20 a.m. It was Kerry Woodham, and it's well worth a listen. It was about what is going to be intended coming from New Zealand Insurance Council regarding insurance and flooding. And obviously, Kerry Woodham interviewed this man because of what is happening up in the Nelson area at this time. Well, thank you very much for listening, yet again.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes, just to note that I'm from the Nelson area, so I'm very concerned about flooding issues too at the moment. But yeah, I just want to acknowledge that we have heard from you before, and you both ladies are very passionate about your area, and we do acknowledge that. So thank you for that. I suppose the main question I was going to ask, and please feel free to either one to answer. You're concerned about further development and change of zoning in the area. And you will appreciate that this particular proposal concerns, I think, 5 properties that have already got houses on them. And I think what I took from your submission was you're more concerned about the precedent effect of this decision might spread somehow to other properties in the area. Is that's it? So you're not so much concerned about this rezoning because that's not going to allow any further houses to be developed on these sites. You do understand that, don't you? Okay. And so the officer has addressed precedent in a single sentence, but in the report, the officer has said, given the proposed rezoning is to reflect existing land use, I do not consider it will set a precedent and will not enable further intensification. So strictly, I think that's correct in the sense that any decision we make doesn't set a precedent. It has.
Well, I think it does, because I went to a meeting for the 2GP, and they had a consultant came in, and the consultant actually said a person can just go straight to the environmental court, and they can get a subdivision, they can buy their land. And I mean, we're talking about quite a lot of land that borders on. So yes, it will set a precedent.
Okay, well,
and we've had this, and also we've had this before with the Dowsville Road, Westacott Heights. We were told that it wouldn't set a precedent, and it did. We've got lots of houses there now. It did set a precedent. They changed it from 20,000 square metres to 2,000 square metres, and it set a precedent. I mean, they decreased it by 90%, and they said no. The legal team said no. The colleagues said no, it wouldn't set a precedent, and it did.
Okay.
So it does.
All right. No, I'm certainly not here to argue the point, but the officer has given a view on whether it will set a precedent or not, and you've said it. You think it will. So we'll have to consider. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for that. I'll just see if we have any further questions. Yes. Yep.
It's going to be a question for the officers in terms of the reply. Can we have a reply that addresses precedents, and as it relates to what appears to be the outcome is really an alignment of the zoning for activity uses there that those houses would have, which looks like the reason for the request to change at the moment, given it's not changing, and a relationship to the objectives of this variation to increasing housing capacity, given that it won't increase housing capacity. And does those questions address what your submission is? In other words, we're going to ask in the officer's reply to actually address the concept of precedence and the need for doing this.
And so, and also in the legal, like with the environmental court, can someone go along and do that?
Yeah, and that will be specifically what we'll ask in reply.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And I think that's fair to ask for a slightly fuller assessment of the precedent issue. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yep. So look, we do understand, and we do understand your point, and we do thank you for coming along and acknowledge your passion for keeping this area, as you see it, semi-rural. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. And do we have these other people from this? Yes. Okay. We'll call the next submitter now. Dunedin City Baptist Church. We understand that Emma, you're here to provide some evidence, and we have a person on Zoom, Mr. Shanks. and there's another gentleman too, so please come forward when you're ready. Okay. Right, welcome again, Ms. Peters. We're here to consider the Dunedin City Baptist Church's submission, so in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. So with me today I have Mr. Cameron Grinley, who's here in person, so he's here on behalf of the church. And also we have Mr. Brendan Shanks, who is the noise expert, who's from Marshall Day, who's here via Zoom.
Welcome to both. Thank you.
Just firstly, I'd like to obviously correct part of my evidence. I'm assuming that the corrected figure 3 to the noise assessment report was forwarded through. I have copies available if you don't have it. And at the same time, the amended structure plan for the noise assessment was also sent through. But the update, I didn't bother sending through an update of my evidence, so obviously that new figure will supersede the figure in paragraph 20 of my evidence, and the new structure plan will supersede, just with respect to the noise area overlays, the structure plans in Appendix 1. Yes, it's got the two little areas now. Instead of just having one area in the centre over the church facility, there's now 2 areas. Yeah. Thank you. So we have this site here at 19 Main South Road and Concord, GF08. So it currently has the church facility building on it, car parking areas, and a caretaker's residence. There's also planting in relation to Stevenson's Creek and a walkway type area in relation to that as well. The church has quite a vision for this property. It's in the beginning stages of it, and that's partially set out in paragraph 11 of my evidence. And in particular, I'd just like to read this part. So the opportunity of rezoning opens up the possibilities for us, being DCBC, to develop and contribute further to our surrounding community and the wider city. Social housing, landscaping to promote community, possible subdivision, selling portions of the site to fund other developments, or even investigate aged care, early childhood and other housing options. We've only just begun dreaming about what we could do on these fronts. Times are currently very tough, but we want to continue to be an active part of the community, a beacon of hope, helping people's physical, mental and spiritual well-being and a sense of connection to the community. So the Dunedin City Baptist Church had put in a submission that was seeking to rezone the site a mixture of General Residential 1 and General Residential 2. In their further submission, they sought to rezone the whole site General Residential 2. The Section 42A report is supportive of the General Residential 2 rezoning, provided that the reverse sensitivity matters in relation to State Highway 1 can be adequately addressed. Most of the opposing submissions centred on State Highway 1 and the effect that that would have on housing on this particular property. So with respect to those concerns, the submitter has engaged Marshall Day, who have undertaken a preliminary noise assessment report, and I would like to hand over, I think, to Brendan to just give a brief summary of his report and
thank
findings.
You. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, generally. If I can't understand, I'll ask you to repeat yourself. You can hear me pretty clearly?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just invite you to summarise your statement of evidence, thank you, and we'll see if we have any questions. So, thank you.
Yeah, certainly. Basically, the way we've done this assessment is to apply the guidance from Waka Kotahi on the management of reverse sensitivity effects. They have a pretty comprehensive guide document on how to do that. And I guess as a broad summary, there's creation of a buffer zone between the state highway and where any residential property could be, any dwellings could be built. And that's anywhere where noise levels exceed 64 as a 24-hour average level. And then outside of that, there's an effects zone or an effects area where noise levels are between 55 and 64. And within those areas, there would need to be the buildings would need to be designed in order to provide a suitable internal noise level. So this is it's similar to the provisions within the 2GP around that there's a 40-metre zone within 40 metres of a state highway where facade controls are required. But if anything, these Waka Kotahi guidance is a bit more rigid in that you can't build within that area above 64. And I've actually lowered the recommended level from 57 in the Waka Kotahi guidance to 55. And the reason for that is that with partially open windows, you would expect to get about a 15 decibel reduction from outside to inside. And at 55, you would then end up with an internal level of 40, which is what the Waka Kotahi guidance suggests for a suitable internal noise level. So that's what that figure 3 essentially shows, our broad modelling of the state highway, and indeed the other main roads near there, the off-ramp and Main South Road, shows those areas where it's above 64 and areas where it's between 55 and 64. I would point out, and we've recommended that more detailed modelling would be required at the point of subdivision, partially because the terrain contours that we've used are quite coarse, and there's every chance there would be some earthworks required for the subdivision, which would change those terrain contours, and also it would need to allow for the potential for 2-storey dwellings as well. The receiver height on that map is 1.5 metres, so it represents a single-storey dwelling. So there would need to be some further detailed modelling done at the point of subdivision just to confirm those areas.
Right. Thank you for that. I've just had 2 questions. One probably relates to the planning side of it as to how to implement these controls through the structure plan or the like, and that I'll ask Ms. Peters about that in a minute. But in terms of the work you've done that you're saying is in accordance with NZTA or Waka Kotahi's guidelines, have you had a chance to run it past them to see if they concur with your assessment? Have you had a chance to do that?
I haven't spoken directly with them, no, but I mean, I'm familiar with their document, and I guess I've worked on the other side for them in similar situations with new roads, so I'm comfortable that the way we're applying this is in accordance with how they would assess this as well.
Thank you for that. That's the only questions I had. I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions. No. No, we have no questions on your evidence, so thank you very much for providing that. Thank you. Okay. Well, I suppose just as a follow-up, Ms. Peters, if you could comment on how you would implement these controls into the zoning. Yep.
So I suppose there is a couple of ways of doing it. So we've got a structure plan mapped area, so we can have a rule that requires a more detailed noise assessment report to be conducted at the time of subdivision. And that would take into account the things that Brendan was talking about in terms of expected contour change from earthworks and allowing for the extra height for two-storey buildings and that sort of thing that hasn't been taken into account for this noise report. The other thing is that we did provide the structure plan with the, I suppose, broad brush noise assessment areas as they currently stand, which would give a wee bit of an expectation in terms of the no-build areas, which is the red, and then the areas in orange where dwellings are going to require design/construction treatment in terms of noise. So rules could be built around that as well.
Right, so I suppose I'd just invite the officers. Is there any? I don't think the witnesses put forward an actual proposal, with wording. Is there something that can be worked through if we were of a mind to rezone the land?
Yeah, I think there's definitely ways we can work this. I would be hesitant about putting the plan in as it stands if it's going to change, because that will give a false, largely accurate, but it will need to be tweaked. I do wonder, I have to look more closely at Mr. Shanks's evidence if we could put in some rules about the noise assessment needing to be done, but that there will be no buildings within areas that meet whatever decibel limit sets that red area.
Yes, I suppose that the issue procedurally is whether we ask you to do that work and provide it to the officers to comment on, or whether you're comfortable leaving it in their hands to do it and then potentially not being happy with it. So have you got any comment on how you'd like to proceed with that?
I'm happy to work with Emma and Bede to come up with some wording that perhaps we could present to the panel. Yeah, we're quite used to working together on things like this, so yeah.
That's fine. No, that's fine. All right. I thought I'd just canvass that with you. Right. I think that's all the questions we had about the acoustics side of it, but you've got some more to go through, so I'll hand over to you.
Apologies if I might just add something. I did miss out something in my comments. The contours also don't take into account any further mitigation measures in terms of a barrier or anything along the motorway. So that's another reason, I guess, why a more detailed assessment could or should be done at time of subdivision, because there's potential for constructing a barrier that would pull those contours in and therefore reduce the noise at different areas of the site.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
So I think really there was only just a couple of other little minor matters. So one was the vegetation by the stream. The Dunedin City Baptist Church doesn't have any objection to the changes in wording to the rule, just to prevent the clearing of that vegetation. They've spent a lot of time working on that and had also received a grant in relation to that planting, so that was fine. And I think really that is all that I really wanted to say at the moment, given that evidence is taken as read.
Are there any other matters that are raised in submissions that you wanted to focus on other than the ones we've already discussed? Is there anything else that springs to mind?
So I think the Section 42A report does a good job of canvassing the submissions. So the submission by Andrew Rutherford that was supported by the Southern Heritage Trust largely related to the reverse sensitivity effects. which I think the noise assessment report deals with, and likewise Kotahi's kind of objections. And I think in terms of the submission by Yolanda Van Hesek, we've got, if this goes to general residential 2, then I think some of that brings in those landscaping, minimum landscaping requirements that have already been come through into effect from a previous decision of the panel from an earlier hearing. Yeah.
That's right, okay. Look, I've got no further questions. Do gentlemen have any further questions? Yes, we have one.
It's probably not central, but the playground, there's commentary here on upgrading it to a community facility. Is that an intention to do
that? As noted, and we're exploring options really. It just seems that there's a lot of land there and can be used to the benefit of others. So, in seeking this, this is not about putting as many buildings on that site as we can. We've spent quite a bit of time landscaping and community gardens and things like that. So I suppose in answer to your question, we're exploring those avenues. As of this Sunday, we're bringing the congregation together over a series of Sundays, just to try and take people on a journey together of where we want to go and how we can fit, excuse me, and how we can benefit this community from a social point of view, a physical point of view, and a spiritual point of view. That's not. I suppose everything's on the table and nothing's been discounted really, and it's about sort of exploring what our options are and what we can do, and the big question is how do you fund it? So
and then my other question is is there actually an underpass under State Highway 1 there? At the top of
there
the
is.
Property?
Yep.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
it's nothing to do with the hearing, but it's
a
an
private road,
interesting
isn't it?
observation to find out.
So that there's the underpasses down the bottom below the and it's there's easements and what have you in regard to that, and then there is also up the top end of the property there's a stormwater type structure for in relation to the State Highway 1 as well. Yeah. With respect to the playgrounds and that kind of thing, it would be anticipated that if this is, part of the properties developed to general residential 2 developer densities, that there will have to be consideration of reserve type areas at that time. Yeah, so that could involve playgrounds or community gardens or, the walkway area down by the stream. So that would all come at the time of subdivision.
Sorry, just in further, so when we were looking at this, Emma challenged us about development and how we would do it in such a way that actually encourages community. And it was interesting, last year an article came out on the Stuff website where the Christchurch City Council was quite, just quite open about stuff that they'd got wrong after the Christchurch earthquakes and things that they had done well. But one of the things that one of the comments made was that they regretted some of the new subdivisions that they'd done, and that they detracted from the community as opposed to enhancing the community. And then they gave a couple of examples where they actually got it right, and those developments, even if they're a slightly higher density, actually really added to the community in terms of the way they, in terms of their face and the way they encourage people to interact with each other in terms of neighbours rather than just being a group of individuals and this sort of thing. So that's, in terms of what we're about, that's the sort of development we're interested in, where it encourages community rather than individuals.
I should have actually said in my introduction that Mr. Grinley is an architectural designer as well.
Very good. Hey, look, thank you. We've got no further questions. We appreciate the time and effort you've gone to put this together, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, we'll now take an adjournment until 2 p.m. today. Thank you. Afternoon. We start with Ron and Sue Belchin, and that's GFO 5. That's a site that we've heard a little bit about. We had Mr. Bowen came in yesterday on behalf of submitters supporting that development, but he naturally didn't spend long on that because he hadn't filed evidence. So we've had a taste of what's to come, and we've looked at the reports, and we're ready to take your presentation. Thank you very much. Oh, incidentally, we have had a look at the site from afar, I guess, looking down into it from up at the playground. So we certainly haven't walked on the site, but we know where it is. Sort of, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I did listen into Mr. Bowen's presentation yesterday for the Barons. Okay, so just to start, obviously Ron and Sue can't be here today because of work commitments, but there's myself, Emma Peters, as their planner, consultant planner, and I have Mr. Mark Walrond here from GeoSolve, who's their senior geotech expert. He will give you his more precise title, I'm sure. So just to start off with, just setting out the site. So we've got that up on the screen there, and it's kind of, it looks a little bit like Italy. So that's the main site that was notified, so GO5. And then as a further submission, there's GO5A, thank you. And so within GO5A, Ron and Sue are just looking for one building platform in that area. In fact, they want to build their retirement home on it. They're currently living in the dwelling that's in the area between GO5A and GO5, just in the little bow part there. So that's kind of the background of that. So this site is next door to the Grand Vista subdivision that Mr. Bowen talked about yesterday.
Just where that is, because I'm not sure I know where it is. You can stand up if you can reach that far.
Right, so this is obviously their place here, and this is the Grand Vista subdivision, is all of this. So that is the subdivision that Kurt Bowen's clients yesterday undertook, Michelle and Paul Barron. There's also, in relation to this site, we have the Fulton Hogan quarry is up in here, and down in this industrial zone land is where the new Tuapeka factory is going in, just in terms of some context. So there's, through this site too, there's an existing water mains connection with easement. So that goes through from Grand Vista. This is the reserve playground area where you guys had a look at it. Yep. And this lot here also belongs to DCC, and there is a water mains that goes through here and comes down here and follows the existing access all the way down with an easement. And I think I put that in my evidence. Yes, so that's in figure 3 of my evidence, shows that alignment, although in quite small detail, unless you can expand it on your screen. So the blue line running down is the water mains pipe. I think it was a 150 millimetre pipe, and the pink lines on either side of the existing easement. It's proposed that as part of any subdivision of or rezoning of this site and then future subdivision, that a connection from 7th Street down to Main South Road through the DCC's allotment here would follow the alignment of that easement and water pipe. In relation to the Tuapeka site, there is some unformed illegal road and reserve land that is owned by DCC. So 365 Main Road is owned by DCC, and that is this area up in here. With respect to the Section 42A report, the reporting planner was obviously concerned about, and quite really so, about the geotechnical soundness or otherwise of the site, and that seemed to be the only impediment to rezoning, was whether or not it was geotechnically sound. And obviously that's why Ron and Sue have engaged GeoSolve to produce their report, which I'll get Mark to speak to briefly in a moment. Actually, would it work best if he talks about that now, since it's the main issue, and then I can come back to the reverse sensitivity stuff?
That's a good idea. Yeah,
Yep.
that's a good idea.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks. I'm Mark Walland, an engineering geologist with GeoSolve, and I've been working in Dunedin area for about 18 years in geotech. So Ron and Sue asked me to do some investigations and write a report just to address some of Stantec's concerns. So we did quite extensive test pitting, which showed really favourable conditions. The main issue, I guess, is that the Miller Street landslide is mapped in fairly close proximity and over part of the site as well, but the majority of the site is clear of any known landslides. So the test pitting was really just designed to confirm, whether there was any problem with groundwater or soft soils, that type of thing. But I'm not sure if you've had a chance to read the report, but it's reasonably positive, I think. And from our point of view, we identified bedrock, and I think we've sort of systematically addressed the issues that Stantec raised. So I don't think there's any reason from the geotechnical perspective that the site couldn't be used for residential use. I guess.
Well, maybe we'll just ask you some questions.
Yeah, sure.
We'll ask you some questions. When I read your report, the sort of impression I got, and please tell me if I got it wrong, was that you've made a number of recommendations for further geotech investigations to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And I presume what that's leading to is to create suitable building sites and the like. But for us, we need to be satisfied that the land is suitable to be rezoned.
Yeah, sure.
So we don't want to be left with any uncertainty that it can't be built on. So
Yeah.
What I'm after from you is some assurance that it is appropriate to zone this land, bearing in mind its potential difficulties.
Yeah.
Can you reassure me on that?
Certainly. Well, the investigations we've done are quite typical for a report that would be submitted with a subdivision consent application. The difference here is normally we have a scheme plan to work with, but these data can be used in due course to write a report that's more specific to a subdivision scheme plan. And the density of the testing is pretty typical for that kind of report anyway. So certainly, I don't have any concerns that the site is suitable for residential use based on the test pitting.
So the test pitting provides an overall picture of a number of sites, and there's quite a few you've done by the look of it.
Yeah.
So on those test pit sites, you could potentially build a building platform on all of them. Is that
definitely.
right?
The aim at the sort of subdivision consenting stage is just to do an overview of a site, just to make sure there aren't any major variations in conditions. But of course, at later stages during building consent, for example, there's more specific investigations done, typically. But this would satisfy a subdivision consent application.
We'll naturally be interested to see what Mr. Patterson, how he responds, because we're certainly not geotech experts ourselves, but you've done some work, you've done quite a bit of work and a lot of test pits, so we'll be interested to hear his response to this.
Yes.
Any questions? Yep.
Yeah, thank you. I think the questions are related, and when I read this, I sensed a little bit of hesitancy, and particularly on page 7 of 13, where you mention at the fourth or fifth fifth paragraph, full confirmation of inactivity would, however, need survey monitoring over a number of years. So do you want to respond to that one? It's page 7, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down.
Page 7.
This is to do with GO5A, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah. So that's specific to the GO5A site, which is within the Miller Street landslide.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Whenever there's a site within a mapped landslide, there's always a little bit of uncertainty, and DCC do monitor a lot of the landslides around town on an annual basis often to determine whether they're moving. So that is done, but not for the Miller Street landslide. So really, yeah, there's a bit of hesitancy because that particular site is within a mapped landslide, but by far the majority of the site is outside, so yeah, it doesn't apply to the GF05 part of the site.
Jim's got a question, but just to follow up on that, is the Miller landslide, it'll be shown on your maps, and it's only a small area. Is that what sort of percentage would you estimate?
Well, I think in terms of the GF05 area, I would estimate it would be something less than 1% of that area, just this very top corner, I guess, and that can be addressed with setbacks or an excluded zone during subdivision planning.
That was my next question, actually. Is it proposed to be an excluded zone, or is it still open?
So what we're proposing is that the geotech report provides a good site assessment that provides representative test pitting, not of building platforms, but to get an idea of what the soil conditions are like across the entire site. And that's been the purpose of this one, and that's to give you, as a panel, the assurance in terms of rezoning. At the time of subdivision, we would anticipate that there'd be a further geotechnical assessment that would advise the subdivision design, and that would then assess, in terms of that particular subdivision design, housing locations, and particularly, and that's, you'd have, if you were going to put a dwelling in that area, you would have to show that it was geotechnically feasible at that point. Otherwise, there's other things that can happen to it, adding to reserve land or
Actually, thanks for bringing me back to the fact we're looking at a rezoning request, not a subdivision.
We are, yes.
And so
yes.
we couldn't leave a small patch that hasn't got a zoning.
Yes, correct.
But so it comes. So what you're saying is asking us to rezone the whole site, but bear in mind that part would have to go through an extra hoop, if you like, to be able to...
The whole site would need to go through another hoop. Right. So there would be, because there can be a structure plan put over this, we can have a structure plan rule that requires a further geotechnical assessment to advise subdivision design, and that must be submitted with the subdivision application.
Oh, it's just the comments at the bottom of the different test pits depths. Some of them were terminated TP2 was terminated only 1 metre, and then it says excavation terminated due to hard digging. What were they hitting at that point?
That was Abbotsford mudstone, so that was the basement rock type in the area, and we found that in a couple of test pits. So essentially, when we get to that level, we're in bedrock. And there's no real need to go any deeper than that, unless we suspect that it could be landslide debris. But there's no evidence that that area is within landslides, so we're happy to stop it at that point.
In that particular, especially TP2, it's actually quite close to bedrock. It's only about 1 metre down.
It was quite a surprise actually, 1/2 metre straight into bedrock. So you can see it at the adjacent quarry as well. You can see the clay layer on top, and then the Abbotsford mudstone bedrock underlying that quite uniformly. So that adds up with what we've seen as well. Just a fairly stiff clay layer, which is fine for building on, underlain by bedrock.
Thanks.
I think that the panel's probably still got moisture and clay on our shoes from the walk across the playground. We noticed it was particularly damp, and there didn't appear to have been any rain there for a while, so it was really swampy and damp. And it's right at the top, of course, and it's outside the boundary. But is that due to the clay underneath it?
Yeah, the clay soils are generally very sort of low permeability. So when you've had a lot of rainfall, particularly if there isn't any slope or drainage in place, it can get very, very saturated. But standard drainage solutions are available to deal with that type of thing.
Okay, and got no further questions on that aspect. So in terms of the planning, the structure plan, bringing these concepts in, you'll take us through that, will you, Ms. Peters? Yep.
Yes, so the structure plan, so it can have a structure plan mapped area overlay on the site, which the submitters think that it's a sensible approach, and I think it was included in their submission even. And attached to that can be a structure plan rule, and that rule would require the geotech report and investigations to be done at the time of subdivision, and in fact would actually feed into that subdivision design, meaning that from a practical point of view, if an subdivision application was put to council without that geotechnical advice, council can refuse to accept it because it wouldn't be considered a complete application under Section 88.
Okay, and just in relation to the very last recommended amendments in the 42A report, the very last statement is a report by a suitably qualified person confirms that the risk from natural hazards to the activity, etc., will be no more than low. I think I recollect some of the evidence we've heard basically says that medium is okay, or medium risk is okay. Any comment on that? I mean, is that because this is particularly, I mean, it's a staff recommendation, but I imagine that's to do with the particular potential difficulties in this area?
So I think that the low would come from perhaps the Milner Street historic, landslide type thing. Really, whether it says low or medium would need to be on the basis of the geotechnical advice, so from Santec and Geosolve. And so whether or not they're comfortable with medium. But I think that would all come out in the wash in terms of the subdivision design, but then the rule would need to, probably you can answer that a bit more.
Yeah, I guess the Miller Street landslide, quite a few different consultants have looked at it, GNS Science also, and everyone agrees that it's likely to be dormant, and having said that, they can reactivate if there's major storms or some sort of change to stability, but there's no evidence that it's moving, and in fact a house was built on it just about a year ago, I think, so there's precedent there for residential development. Actually, just on the point of that small area that we were talking about before, that orange area which is in the report is mapped by GNS as likely landslide, and the red area is probable landslide, more definite. And
that's figure 5 in the report.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to note that a lot of the Grand Vista subdivision is actually on that orange area, so this extends further to the east. So, as far as I know, there haven't been any problems there. So I think risk is generally considered to be low.
Once again, we'll be interested in the comments that come back from Mr. Patterson in response to your statement, so thank you very much.
So the only other point really that I think that I wanted to talk about from in relation to this was just the reverse sensitivity
Yes.
Kind of issues that have been raised by a couple of further submitters. So the Grand Vista, in relation to Fulton Hogan's quarry, the Grand Vista has a number of houses, obviously right along here. This is the quarry land, but the actual face is further back, obviously. There's more of a distance between here and here than there is between some of this land.
Yes.
Just when I did a rough approximation approximation of distances and setbacks, it seemed to be that most of the houses were that 10 to 12 metres setback, and that seems to be quite sensible in terms of subdivision design, and so Ron and Sue would be happy for that to also be included in the in a structure plan mapped rule. So that would be 10 to 12 metres along this boundary here. So that would just be, obviously the properties can go up to it, but it would be a setback of residential activity in terms of buildings. In relation to the Tuapeka reverse sensitivity, I note that if this land here was subdivided, that obviously people are buying into an existing situation where there is an industrial zone next door and they know about that. But there's also a couple of other points to note. So firstly, all the way along here, there's a double line of trees, mature trees, and they are all within, in this area here, they're owned by Tuapeka, and Tuapeka has control over them, over whether they stay or go. And in this area here, they're on either reserve or uninformed legal road, and therefore under DCC control. So there's a good buffer in terms of existing vegetation. Also, this land here, when you have a look at the contouring of it, you know, it's hard to say at this stage what exactly subdivision design is going to look like, but it is relatively steep, and so therefore there would be necessarily less houses. You are going to have bigger lot sizes to take care of topography kind of constraint issues. And then lastly, in terms of Tuapeka's points, their industrial activity in terms of their factory will be governed by either the noise and air quality rules of the district plan or regional plan, depending on what's applicable, or a consent conditions that they have to comply with. So if they're within those, then they're a permitted activity.
Okay, and just on reverse sensitivity, the Fulton Hogan lodged a submission, didn't they, opposing it? Is that right? But they haven't.
Yes, they did.
They haven't indicated they wish to be heard at this stage, so we're not going to hear from them. In terms of the Grand Vista subdivision, did that have any issues with reverse sensitivity at the time it was processed, or was it just zoned for it and it just went ahead in terms of the zoning?
That's a question that you would have been wise to ask Mr. Bowen. I can certainly find out. Kurt Bowen was involved, obviously, in that plan change and then in the subsequent subdivision. And I'm not sure who the submitters were on the plan change and whether Fulton Hogan had concerns at that stage.
Probably more you'd be closer to Fulton Hogan than that, but the Tuapeka land, what's it?
Yeah, the Tuapeka land's got quite a bit of vegetation between down because of the steepness of the site that I'd imagine that they may not get rid of, and their factory site is more on the flatter land at the bottom.
And they haven't submitted, have they?
Tuapeka have, yes.
Oh, Tuapeka have, sorry.
Both of them have, yeah.
I stand corrected.
Yep.
Yeah,
there's further submissions from
they're not appearing
both.
Before us either. Okay.
Yeah.
So what you're offering is a part of the structure plan would have a 12 or 15 metre?
10 to 12, yeah, just in line with what's in Grand Vista. So that would be from the Fulton Hogan. That seems quite sensible. And in reality, it's probably only going to apply for a certain amount because where the trees are, it starts getting steeper anyway. So there'll be lesser houses in that part. And then in terms of Tuapeka, I think that the existing situation in terms of vegetation that provides a buffer that's within, that vegetation's within either DCC, but the large majority of it's within Tuapeka's control. So there's a bit of an existing buffer, and also the topography of GF05 means that for certain parts of that boundary with Tuapeka's site, you're going to have you're going to have less houses along there anyway, even if it was developed. And there's also that 365 Main South Road is DCC land, so that sits between the two sites anyway. So this area in here is DCC land. And this is the Tuapeka site. But the factory is down in this area.
So what do Tuapeka do? What's their business? What sort of...
Tuapeka print, yeah, printing, and they do, but they also print on pens and
What's
water
the reverse
bottles
sensitivity issue? Is it noise, or what's the issue?
Well, what they raise seems to be noise type issues. They're going to be running 24/7, I think they say in their submission from memory. And so, but again, I think that, you know, they'll be using Main South Road to access their site into their factory, which, you know, most of this development's not going to be right adjacent to. And there's all this area in here that's currently vegetated and steeper that's, I mean, we'd have to ask them, but likely to remain as it is.
On another matter, we're going to hear from the Port Otago soon, this afternoon, about how rezoning a piece of land next to them to residential will impact on their performance standards that they have to abide by, because by virtue of the zoning changing, it has an impact on how they might operate here. So, without them being here to tell us how it might affect them, are you aware of how the rule structures work in terms of the industrial zone where it borders onto residential land? Can you...
So from my understanding, and I'm not a noise expert, but my understanding is that it'll change at the notational boundary of the residential site. So you've got, I think in the plan, and we could look it up, I think there's a slight difference between what's permitted for rural residential versus what's permitted for residential. But so it's the industrial has its noise zones, and at the notational boundary with it can't be more than that. And of course, I suppose for them, from their perspective, it's not that the industrial zone noises levels are changing, the permitted levels, but the fact that they've got more notational boundaries against them, and people perhaps, you know, may make more complaints or something like that. So at that point, it can become an issue in terms of DCC monitoring.
That's all my questions.
It's just the reverse sensitivity question of staff, I think. Grand Vista's been built almost a decade now. So I was wondering if there's been noise complaints about the quarry from Grand Vista. Give an indication, basically, whether or not the residents are feeling that they can hear it. Thanks. Give us a sense on the likelihood of a reverse sensitivity issue.
All right.
Sorry, can I ask?
Yes.
I think it's a clarification, but if I'm going too far, please stop me. So your geotech report doesn't have any test pits in the steeper treed area. Are you proposing that that's still open for development? And if so, are your conclusions that you're making applying to that area too, even though there's no test pits?
Yeah, it was a bit difficult to get in there because of the trees, but we've walked it over and there's no evidence of any landslides, so just by inference, it's likely to be very similar conditions. Obviously, the slopes are a lot steeper, so there'd have to be more engineering involved in getting dwellings onto there. But it is getting quite steep, and may well be that it turns out to be reserve land or something along those lines. And I think Ron mentioned that as a possibility also. But certainly feasible, I think, to build something on there, provided there's enough engineering involved.
Right, and the biodiversity report, from my reading of the 42A summary of it, doesn't appear to be maintaining those trees should be kept. Is that how you understand?
No, they're exotics. I think they're pine, radiata pines.
So there's no
no
value in keeping those. No, okay. All
no.
right.
Not from a biodiversity perspective. So further to Emma's question, that's why we think it needs that structure plan rule that requires the geotech, because we've done as much as we can at this stage, but those trees would need to come down in order for diggers to be able to do test pits. So that would all be all part of that subdivision design phase.
I suppose I'd be remiss if I didn't ask the geotech question that if the trees were removed, would it cause potential slipping on that slope? Looks very steep on the topo map.
I guess often clusters of trees are planted for stability reasons, but in this case we've looked at older stereoscopic aerial photography and there's no landslide there.
Before the trees.
Yeah, so it's probably more the case that there's some value in the trees and it was a steep slope, not that useful for farming, I guess, and the trees make sense. So I think removal of the trees wouldn't change the overall global stability.
Okay, thank you for that.
And I think too, if it was going to go into reserve, I think we'd all like to see Indigenous rather than pine.
Thank you very much. I thought we might take a little longer with you, but it transpired we didn't. So thank you very much for the effort you've gone to, and we have no further questions. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. We'll take a brief adjournment until 3 p.m. for the next presenters. Welcome to Port Otago. Mr. Anderson, thank you for handing out your opening submissions. And just to acknowledge, we haven't actually visited the site yet, but we're reasonably familiar with the issues surrounding it, and we will pop down and have a look as well before we deliberate. And we haven't yet heard from the proponents or the people requesting the site. We haven't heard from them yet, but we have got their evidence, and we've read Mr. Sycamore's planning evidence, and I imagine Ms. O'Callaghan would have done that as well. So that's just a bit of background. You'll be the first ones to address us on the site. So, thank you. Yep.
Mike? Oh, that's right.
You could take your mask off if you wish. Yes. Okay. All right.
Mary O'Callaghan has filed a response to some of the matters raised there.
Yes, that's right.
That is in her supplementary evidence, and certainly we will assess. We'll try and certainly have somebody here on Monday when their evidence is given. Really just A, to see and to watch what's going on, and secondly, if you want to ask any questions.
Ms. O'Callaghan will present her original evidence, and she's done some supplementary.
She's done some supplementary, which you've got a copy of now. Okay. Yes, so what's proposed, this is Rebecca McGrauther from Port Otago, from Port Otago, yes, who is here. And what I propose to do is just really open and talk about it, and then get Mary O'Callaghan on Zoom to speak.
Very good, that's fine, thank you.
Now, I'll stick more or less to what I've put in the submissions, but we see we've got the site there, and the area that is open is just in between there. So the current use is for the production of milk product, but I want to make the point that situation can change as port requirements alter, and we've certainly seen, the years that I've acted for the port on their planning things have been quite significant changes in the way in which the port's operations have and what they've done. I mean, I can remember big arguments about logs at Port Chalmers, for instance, which by and large is a minor part of what's going on now, and it just illustrates the way in which the changing markets can change, and so you can expect that things like warehouses will not necessarily have the same use from time to time. It depends on what the markets are, but certainly that's what it is now. And the site is noisy primarily as a result of the forklift activity, because it is outside as well as inside, and also the container trucks. So there's a reverse sensitivity issue, because the noise being experienced is well in excess of the noise limits on the 2GP plan set as appropriate for residential properties. And the noise limits in particular zones are contained in clause 9.3.6 of the 2GP plan. But it's an interesting plan because what it does is it regulates what noise can be received in the particular areas. And this is why you've got things like buffer zones and so on set up in the plan. But I just want to take you, because it is really important, the 40 dBA LEQ 15 minutes from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the plan for the residential area is an important limit, and then it has 50 from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 45 from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. And that can be compared with what's now permitted in the industrial zone, 60 from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and 65 from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the point is that those figures can be a bit deceptive, and because 1 dB change in sound equates to about a 26% difference in energy. And so I just checked I got these figures from Dr. Google, but I will say that the industrial night limit of 60 is 100 times louder than the residential night limit of 40. So it really just gives you, 40 and 60 might not sound like much of a difference, but they make a huge difference, and certainly they make a huge difference to people's ability to sleep. And 40 is the normal night requirement in a residential area to allow occupants to sleep without disruption. In noisy areas, acoustic insulation will be expected to bring the inside noise down to at least 40 k. Sometimes it's lower, but 40 k would be dBA. 40 dB would be the maximum that you would expect to allow. So a problem will be created if you've got residential use, because the residents will be adversely affected by the noise. And the only way in which restful sleep could be obtained is if the house is acoustically treated and the windows closed. One of the problems that the port has faced in terms of Kerry's Bay and Port Chalmers is that some people do not like to sleep with their windows closed. So if they're not prepared to sleep with their windows closed, they've either got to find somewhere in their house away. And this is the sort of problem that the port has constantly faced. There are, of course, I don't know if you're aware, but there are no noise limits in respect of Port Chalmers and Kerry's Bay. There is a noise management regime which operates whereby the port has some responsibility for noise mitigation, but that's in recognition of the fact that the port can't control the noise. In a broad sense, obviously there's some stuff they can control, but they can't control the noise levels to a level which would be otherwise acceptable. So that was the reason that those provisions were put in place. Now I've referred to the Harbour Edge Zone because Harbourside Edge Zone because that I suggest is really equivalent to what we're having here, because that's a zone allows residential use along the steamer basin adjacent to the port. And what the 2GP plan has done is dealt with the reverse sensitivity there by a nighttime noise level of 60. So it's the same as the industrial noise level. It's the mixed use level. And I think that applies generally throughout the town. And there have been some issues in terms of that with music and so on that exceeds that. But anyway, it gives a clear signal to people choosing to live in that area that it is a noisy environment which could affect sleep. I mean, it's obvious when you look at it that that's what it is. So nobody could be fooled there. And Rule 9.3.1.1 requires that all rooms used for noise-sensitive activities, that includes bedrooms, living rooms and so on, must have acoustic insulation to a specified design standard that has the effect of ensuring a quiet environment. It's quite a complicated formula, and I think it actually might get it down below 40 when you look at the plan. And it also requires a supplementary source of ventilation that achieves minimum turnover of 7.5 litres per second per person, which enables adequate ventilation when the windows are closed. And that's what's happened with the houses very close to the port. That sort of mechanism has been put in place. So you've got what is effectively air conditioning, which means that the windows don't have to be open and there's fresh air coming in. So the difficulty with the rezoning of this is that would somebody buying in Harbourside Edge Zone must know that it's a noisy environment. You know, you'd have to see that. Whereas one of the problems that Port Otago has faced is that the port is not always noisy. And for some strange reason, the days that the real estate agents tend to show the houses are when the ships aren't in port. And so people who buy thinking it's a quiet environment can get very upset when it is a noisy environment. And there's the potential for that to happen here, because you wouldn't necessarily look at the site and think, oh yes, that's going to be noisy, unless the forklifts are operating. And that's part of the concern. So the residential noise limits, if it's permitted to be residential, then the residential noise limits are not going to be able to be met, because you've got 60 on the boundary down to 40 and they can't do it. So the problem that Port Otago's then got is that it has to rely on existing use rights, which firstly is not very satisfactory because they can be a bit imprecise, but secondly it also means that they've got to keep those existing use rights alive. So they may be required to make noise when it's not required, simply in order to ensure that they can continue to operate when they need to, which is hardly something that's particularly beneficial for the environment. So no complaints covenant. I mean, that's useful in a noisy environment, but it's not really relevant when there's non-compliance with noise limits, because the council can't just say, oh well, we're not going to comply with this because you're not allowed to complain, but you are. It's, you know, if there's non-compliance, then the council has an obligation. The advantage of the no complaints provision, and certainly it's useful in places like Harbourside Edge, is that it is a noisy environment. there's got to be an expectation of that, and therefore there can't reasonably be a complaint about the noise. But I don't see that as being the solution that Mr Sycamore provides. So the issue from Port Otago's point of view is it would prefer to have the land remain industrial in order to avoid an obvious problem, because noise makes it unsuitable for residential use in its current state, and it's not clear whether a noise wall or other acoustic measures could reduce it by the 20 decibels. You'd need it. If you could reduce something by 20 decibels at the boundary, you've got no problem, but it's not clear if this could happen or not. And so its preference is not to, but if the decision is made to allow it, so just before I say that, I mean, there are issues like lights and so on which can be nuisance, but they're not the same pressing issue, to be frank, that noise is. Noise is the really pressing issue here. If the decision is made to allow it, then either that the noise limit should reflect the noisy site and give a clear signal that this is not going to be quiet, so it reflects the reality of the situation, so the industrial noise limits are retained but residential use, which gives an element with acoustic treatment, which gives an element of buyer beware, and certainly there are people who are happy to live in that sort of environment, as in Harbourside Edge. But you just need to be sure that it's not. The difficulty is that, you know, when you start to have young children and so on who it's very suitable for the sort of apartment that you've got in Harbourside Edge, but children playing outside and those sorts of things can be much more of a problem because you can't regulate it. But certainly that would reduce the difficulty with a no complaints clause. Or, if it's feasible, a condition that says that if you want to use it for residential use, then you've got to bring the put noise abatement measures in place to ensure that the 60 decibel level at the boundary is brought down to 40 in the residential arena. And of course that would then provide a perfectly satisfactory residential environment if it was able to be brought down. And I've really just concentrated on the nighttime level, because if you bring it down in the nighttime, then the daytime level is going to be brought down accordingly too. And certainly if you could achieve a 40 decibel level at night, I don't see that people would be adversely affected during the daytime. So if you give Mary a call. Yeah. So, yes.
We'll see if there's any questions for you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
But I appreciate you've got witnesses, so...
No, that's why I was just teeing
okay.
Mary up so that when you finish questions with me, she's ready to go.
That's
that was
fine.
what we were intending to do.
All right, so we'll see if we have any questions. First of all, I'm certainly familiar with the port operations. I was involved in the 2GP hearings, and I recall writing that part of the decision, actually. And also I'm experienced in the Port Nelson situation where a similar noise regime was developed through a variation to encourage the port to minimise its noise at source and to acoustically insulate the most affected properties. But
yes, that's right.
just so we understand the legal, or the position, I suppose you could say. On the one hand, I picked up that you didn't really favour a no complaints covenant. But
it depends. The no complaints covenant is useful if it is drawing attention to a high level of noise that is permitted. But I don't see that if you've got a noise level that the port can't comply with without relying on existing use rights, then I don't see that the no complaints covenant is going to be a solution, because any complaint is going to have to be investigated in that scenario. And it's also, the issue of what the existing use rights are problematic with regard to noise, to be frank. Just what the boundaries are. It is such a complicated scenario, and we've faced that for quite a long time in respect of the port before the current regime went in. And there were a couple of unsuccessful attempts to prosecute the port in terms of, way back in those times.
It certainly wasn't favoured as part of the 2GP considerations, and the existing use rights becomes a I think the panel agreed it was difficult to rely. It gives you no certainty, or for the neighbours for that matter. But
well, it's a contractual obligation too, so that the question is, how do you enforce it? The port might be able to enforce it, but the council can't ignore a complaint simply because of a contractual obligation that somebody's got, as I see it. I doubt whether the council officers would have a different view, but if they do, then that's good. But I suspect that somebody might seek a compliance order if they refuse to act on it, and that's the difficulty that would be faced.
Yep, and just as the other question I had was to do with the noise rules kick in for a residential dwelling, not a residential zoning, don't they? Is that right? So that.
Oh yes, yeah. Well, as soon as it's a residential. Well, no, it's a residential zone.
It is zoned because I read
yes.
it.
Yes, so the provision is in respect of the zone.
Well, in 1.5 you've got residential property. Did you mean in paragraph 1.5, the maximum noise that can be received at a residential property? Do you mean zone?
Yeah, yes, but it does apply in the zone.
Okay.
So that it's a zone provision.
It's a zone provision. Okay, because my question then would be that this site might be capable of containing one dwelling as a permitted activity, and then that would kick the rule in anyway, but it's to do with the zone, is that right? As you understand?
No, it's a residential zone.
Yeah.
Okay. The residential zone. Okay. So that, but from a practical point of view, it's measured from the property. So that my understanding of it is that if you're in the residential zone, it's measured from your property. Yeah. Yeah.
And just very finally, just so I'm still not entirely clear on the relief sought in 4.2. It's one, if the decision is made to allow residential development, then one of the following is sought. A, the noise limits. Okay, so acoustic insulation would be required, similar to the Harbour edge.
Yeah, really the same provisions as Harbour side.
Yes, okay.
So that you've got high noise levels permitted, but acoustic treatment. So that, and that together, what happens there is that the no complaints provision is really just a signal to somebody that this is a noisy environment, and that nighttime noise could be 60 dB.
The second part of that relief is an either or. So B, can you just take us through B again?
Well, what I'm saying is that it may be possible for them to put in an acoustic wall or something like that which deadens the sound, so that it's 60 on the Port Otago side and 40 on the other side. And if you can bring the sound down by 20 dBA, certainly for part of the site anyway, there may be problems in terms of the elevated part and there may be practical problems, but any part of the site that it could bring down, then the major problem from Port Otago would be gone, because it can have its 60 and the proper amenities are enjoyed on the site. But the question is just how practical it is.
And both of those measures deal with indoor noise inside the building, not outdoor noise?
No, they deal with the outside noise, because the treatment will deal with the indoor noise. So that
at the boundary, okay.
Yes, so that if you have treatment, then indoor will be fine, but you've still got the problem of the outdoor noise, and which isn't an ideal living environment, but is livable, and as long as people know that that's basically what they've got. That's why that's not seen as a particular problem. But ideally, if you can get the outdoor noise down, then it does solve the problem. And with advances in technology, I mean, it could well happen. I'm not saying it can't. I mean, you see, I'm amazed, for instance, at the drop in noise when that motorway was put in, the acoustic treatment that was done to the motorway from Lookout Point. It really did make a huge difference to the amount of noise that people experienced. And so it is theoretically possible, and it's just something that will stop the problems from the port's point of view.
All right, that's good. Sorry to labour that, but I needed to understand it. So it appears that the port's not opposed to development in principle, although that's probably your primary relief, is it? These are sort of alternatives?
Well, I think it could. What I'm saying is, if the noise problem's solved, it could live with it. I mean, the light spill isn't ideal, but that's sort of people would see the light towers and so on. So that The noise is the big problem, and that's the thing that causes the real difficulties.
So now I've taken up a lot of time. I'll just hand over to my panel.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. You've covered off a couple of the questions I was going to ask. So I accept, as you mentioned, that at some point it may be something other than a milk powder delivery, collection, distribution point. Currently, what hours does the factory operate?
Oh, well, Rebecca will deal with that. Yep.
So currently they operate from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So that's operating with one shift for our guys, and then the container trucks coming in and picking up the product. There is potential during a peak season for them to operate a second shift, which can run from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. 5 days a week with some Saturday work currently, but there is potential for it to be 6 days a week with that Saturday every day, but no Sunday. Yeah.
The point is that it could change to something different. That's the difficulty. Yeah.
Questions of you? Yeah, we'll go to your environmental manager, Ms. McGrath. That's you, right? Yeah. Okay, you've got a wee statement.
We'll deal with Mary O'Callaghan first, if that's okay.
We'll just take a brief adjournment and we'll see if we can get that
Thank
connection. Yep, and we'll get her evidence in front of us.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just wanted to deal with her first because she's just had to juggle her afternoon. So.
On the forklifts, they're broadband squawkers now, but you've got so they're not that high frequency, but you do have the likes of trucks with those high frequency reversing beepers and their swing lifts when they lift the containers on and off the trucks as well. So that sort of stuff, and just general bangs and crashes. You've got metal on metal with stuff as well. So.
And that's all happening in the outside area, so therefore not really able to be controlled with any sound measures inside the building. It's not happening in the building.
Correct. I mean, there is that with the forklifts inside the building, but the bulk of the unloading
and obviously the trucks are not going to be able to disable those safety measures.
No.
So any truck delivering would have to have them on, so every time it reverses, that kicks in.
And I believe too, they do sometimes use their horns as well, but not as much.
Okay, no, that's good, thank you.
When you ask a question, I get reminded that there is a question. In terms of the, it is Guardians, isn't it, the trucks? The company? It doesn't matter. In terms of the truck movements, how many of them are there just roughly a day of the large trucks delivering in?
So how it works is in the morning they've got what they call the curtain sider trucks, which are the ones that they pull the curtains back on, so they come in twice a day. So there's 2 trucks in the morning which arrive on site for a 7 o'clock unloading and an 8 o'clock unloading, and then they return later in the day. And that is just bringing product, semi-finished product from Clydevale, and then taking the raw product back to Clydevale to do what they need to do. And then Icon Logistics, which are the container trucks, they're coming in all at various times during the day, and so they're picking up that semi-finished product to put it out through the port to either Auckland to be made into Karikea Gold Toddler or go to overseas as well. So.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll just adjourn again to sort out this technical problem, but that's useful, thank you.
Can you speak?
All right. Mary, you're back on. Oh, are you back with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Very good. Thank you. Welcome to the hearing. I think you've been able to see and observe us, but not hear us. But anyway, we've got 2 statements. We've got your evidence in chief, which we've read, and you're welcome to go through and summarise the key points from that if you wish. And we've also got a supplementary statement which we've received today, which usefully provides some response to Mr. Sycamore's evidence, which, by the way, we'll make sure to get through to him. He will not have seen this, and we'll send that through to him so he can respond to that, I guess. But anyway, the ball's in your court now, Ms. Callahan, as to how you want to present this to us. Thank you.
Sorry, with all of my attempts to try and get things to work at this end, I'm just trying to bring up my evidence again. Sorry, I had everything at the ready, but various attempts to get things working shut down all the documents I had open. So look, so you won't have had a chance to read the supplementary statement. So I was sort of thinking I might.
So we have had a quick read of it, yes.
Had a read of it, okay. All right, well look, I mean, just talking off the cuff while I try and find the documents. They're helpfully filed on our very efficient filing system, which takes a little bit to get back into. Yeah, look, the issue really is around continuing to enable the port to carry out its industrial activity, which is obviously a key component or an important complementary component for the nationally and regionally significant port activity that takes place down the road at Port Chalmers. So strategically located warehouse site, hopefully you've heard from Ms McGrather on the nature of the activities that are undertaken there, but having those kind of value-add operations are really part of the operation of that port. So this is a key site for the port. The main impact of residential zoning, as I've viewed it on the port, is in relation to the change to the noise regime for the industrial site, and that the change to the zoning on the adjoining property automatically, unless there's some specific intervention, would change the permitted noise level able to be operated at the warehouse site, reduce that by, I still haven't quite it in front of me, it's up to about 10 dBA, more limiting than what the current noise limit is for the industrial zone there at the moment. Also, the measurement point for the lights bill will move closer. At the moment, it's on the basis of a notional boundary, which is a position on a building. There isn't actually any buildings on the site at the moment, is my understanding, so that would introduce another compliance aspect that doesn't exist under the operations of that activity at the moment. My understanding is that warehouse activity operates under the permitted activity basis of the district plan as it stands at the moment. So bringing this proposed zoning in there would force the port to have to rely on existing use rights, and that isn't really suitable in terms of the nature of the activities taking place on the site, which need to have the flexibility to adjust and respond in response to market conditions, ports operations, etc. So I have in the supplementary statement suggested, look, I think there's no matter of dispute between Mr. Sycamore and myself that there is a undesirable impact with the compatibility or the incompatibility of residential right up against the boundary of an industrial site. So that matter doesn't seem to be in dispute, and I've referenced a paragraph in his evidence at paragraph 48 where he confirms that. I think what he hasn't had the benefit of understanding is it's not just a risk of complaints, but it's an actual change to the operating regime for the industrial zone that we're trying to manage here. So I have just suggested some alternatives if the panel was of a mind to look at the rezoning, although I think there's pretty clear direction in the policies that I've quoted in my evidence in chief that the idea is to avoid putting these sorts of land uses so close together in terms of the risk of these sensitivity effects and the incompatibility of residential hard up against the industrial zone. Appreciate that the wider planning documents are seeking to allow for urban infill. The question is whether this is a suitable site. There are other issues at play here, as I understand it, around the infrastructure capacity and servicing. But if for some reason you are minded, then I just request that you consider a couple of options. One which could be affected through changes to some of those permitted activity conditions in the plan to enable the port to have the same operating regime, but that's not going to avoid the incompatibility particularly, but it will avoid the direct effects on the port, and or probably the better planning solution would be to use a bit of the land that's seeking to be rezoned to engineer some sort of buffer or noise wall screen for any lighting kind of impacts within the bounds of the site that's seeking to be developed. So that's probably the main points that I was wishing to raise, but happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. You did very well. Live a fair bit of that, I suspect, and I suspect that you might have found your evidence partway through because you became more confident. But no, thank you very much. We appreciate what you're operating under. Thanks very much. I've got a couple of questions first to start off with, Ms. O'Callaghan. Thank you. Just on the, I understand the thrust of the submission and the evidence to be principally it may not be a suitable site for residential development, but if it is developed, there's some solutions there that you've canvassed, and we would be interested to hear from Mr. Sycamore on his response to those. First of all, they appear to be sort of almost bespoke or provisions where you have a site-specific noise standard inserted into Rule 936 just applicable to this site, and the second one requiring an actual wall or some sort of physical barrier to noise. Neither of those are currently in the 2GP as a sort of management approach for the noise of the port, are they? So I guess my question is, how do you think that would sit with the current policy framework and the plan and the way the rules work? And fully understand why you wish to achieve a solution for this site, but is there any sort of wider planning problem with doing it that way, I guess is what I'm getting at. Any comment on that?
Look, I think I haven't had the opportunity to look at where the other areas that the council is looking to allow for new residential development. And sorry, I might have taken the opportunity to do that. I just didn't have enough warning in advance of the hearing. We seem to get a particularly early hearing time. But I'm presuming that there's not other areas that are hard up against industrial zones in the mix that you're looking at as a panel. But if there is, then
there will be very, but I guess what we're hearing is that the port is a particularly important piece of infrastructure, and it has possibly got more importance than some of the other industrial zones and the like. But look, that's fine. I guess that was a bit of a difficult question to put to you, but you're trying to come up with a solution that would work for this site, and we'll certainly be open to considering that. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think that the plan's generally going to have these more complicated solutions because of the, I mean, the land uses are not compatible. I support the no complaints covenant, but that doesn't address the port's concern, but it does give a buyer beware. But we all know that, that's not great planning to not have a separation between industrial and residential, but there just seems to be this sort of one issue-minded direction around residential growth, and I think then that means that some of those existing standards will need to change to make that work. So I don't think you should shy away from the fact that you might have to have a few bespoke, clauses in there if that's what you're wanting to do. So I doubt that this would necessarily be the only one. You're just trying to decide who needs to make those land uses compatible. Is it the new land use or the existing?
And just on the no complaints covenant, what I'm hearing is that it's what you're advocating is more of a warning, more of a signal to people that there's something here that could cause noise. It's the no complaints covenant might be a misnomer, really, mightn't it? It's more like the noise boundaries or the contours that apply around most ports serves as a sort of a warning to people that they're building into an area that could have difficulties. But the no complaints covenant wouldn't really be the way to go, would it? If you're trying to just warn people, because it wouldn't be enacted. It wouldn't be enacted.
It's just a warning,
that's right.
To manage those expectations. It doesn't change the fact that people will complain, and it doesn't change the fact that the noise generator has an obligation to meet those noise, whatever the district plan noise limits are, or rely on existing use rights. But overlaying that, there's a duty to avoid unreasonable noise. So you're really just creating something that we know now is not ideal. It's not compatible.
Just very finally, the light spill, one you flagged that it hasn't been assessed by Mr. Sycamore. What have you got any potential solutions for the light spill issue? How to deal with that?
I think there's probably there's probably a bit of information needed to understand the lights. I'm not, I'm not sure at the moment if the lighting that the port have got on the site would comply with the lux level at the amended boundary, so at the immediate boundary, so where they want to put those residential lots or not. So that's probably where I'd start. I don't really think it's a matter for the port to have to assess that. They're operating clearly in compliance because there's no requirement to comply in relation to that neighbouring site at all at the moment, because there's no dwelling there. So the closest point for measurement would be the next residential area beyond, or the next building beyond. So if there is no non-compliance, then it may not be necessary to do anything, but once you understand what the level of impact is, then we could understand what an IFA bespoke standard would look like.
Well, I guess I wasn't asking you to assess the lighting impact, but in terms of the relief, would you be happy with some sort of exclusion that excluded this site from having to meet the light spill standards, as similar to what you've done for noise?
We can do it that way, but at the moment I think we've got a less understanding of whether the lighting is a issue than the noise, when we know that the noise can't be met.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Connor. I'm actually just wanting to follow up on something that Mr. Anderson brought up right at the start with his thing, which is one of the ways to do it would be to apply something like the harbour side edge zoning to this, which has a higher permitted noise than the residential zoning, because you've got residential activity, which is what the harbour edge zone is, in a port activity. Have you looked at that possibility? It's a different. It's a different.
The sound that I'm getting through in this room is really echoey, and I'm struggling to hear. Can you? So there's a particular zone that might be more suitable, as what, and you're asking me a question around that. Look, I haven't. I think that's what you're asking me. I haven't looked at the different zones. I have just looked at the there's different zone options being assessed in different parts of the city. I've just looked at the impact of residential zoning at a general level, hard up against this boundary.
That's fine. I think I'll get to Mr. Anderson later. And my question now is to staff, and I think it was on the GF02 site, which is the Gladstone Road site out in Mosgiel, which is near a railway line, that there is a rule that says something along the lines, if you're within X number of metres of a railway line, you must have sound insulation in your building. Do we have any rules that relate to if you're within X metres of an industrial zone? What's the rules we have around that?
Is that a question for me?
No, it's for staff. It's for staff. While you're listening, though.
The acoustic insulation rule, that's what you want to hear? Yeah, so it fits within 20 metres of an industrial zone. And that's rule 931.
So that would be related to all of the houses that were built. If this subdivision, as drawn at the moment, was built that way, it would be all those ones that are along the boundary line would be affected by that rule?
Any noise-sensitive activities within 20 metres, yeah.
Okay. So there is a certain amount of relief sitting now, just in terms of the building, I guess, would be the question. That, and that's correct, right? That there is a certain amount of relief sitting there in that rule. Great, thanks.
Sorry, can I just comment on that as well? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, look, so I addressed in my evidence in chief, and I understand that there is a noise insulation requirement that would affect the building of dwellings within 20 metres of the boundary. So I understand that there is a level of protection for the internal space. And I say that's a level of protection. It doesn't necessarily, whether that would allow for, prevention of any sleep disruption, for example, because it does operate relatively long hours at times, this site. But the key thing is it doesn't protect the outdoor space. So any noise insulation is only as good as the internal space when the windows are shut. And that's a level of amenity that's probably different from the style of development that's being anticipated here. It's not high-rise apartment living where you're living with your windows shut. I mean, this is kind of residential type, single dwellings that I understand from the layout I'm looking at. So they'd have a garden area, an outdoor space.
All right, Al, Emily indicated you might have a question of clarification from the officers.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure who to direct it to. So just in general, your concerns apply to the entire site or just the part nearest the factory site? Sorry, take that off. It's just that there is residential zoning within a certain distance directly north. So is there any part of the site that you don't have concerns with in this respect? Or?
Yeah, the answer is that it seems unlikely that the level would have fallen from 60 at the boundary down. But I mean, any part of the site that could achieve a residential noise limit, then I don't really see as a problem. But it's difficult to think that it could go down that quickly, and that's the concern.
Well, we've had another site in the city where there has been some acoustic assessments done, specifically with 70 down to 50, and a noise reduction map drawn. So would you potentially be looking for the applicant to do something like that, or would that help us and it would help everybody? I guess would it not if we would get some sort of assessment of what we thought the sound would drop by?
Well, it certainly would help. That's right.
Yep. Thanks.
20 is a huge amount. When I think of the port, we know what the lines are there, and the difference between 70 and 50 is sort of halfway through the borough. So when you start to think of it in those terms, it's difficult to think it would be dropped in that short period.
All right. Is there anything else you wanted to address us on, Mr.
Well,
Wilson?
you talked about a bespoke thing for the port, but really the insulation provisions that arose from Harbour side really came as a result of the port's... what had happened was that first the work was done at Port Chalmers, and then when issues arose in terms of somebody wanting to do a non-complying use in the industrial zone, then the same sorts of provisions came in, and so it's flowed through from the same consequence. And really, the Harbour side provisions are, in essence, exactly the same as what we are saying noise-wise should be here. You have both the insulation to protect inside, and you have the outside level being high, so that there isn't the industrial activity can't be stopped. So it creates both those things. The disadvantage, as Mary has said, is that something that is suitable for apartment living in an area where people expect it to be noisy may well be quite different for an area where there's residential use. And certainly the port's experience was that a lot of the complaints in terms of the issues it had to deal with noise were people with children that were outside that were a bit concerned about their exposure to noise because they couldn't keep them inside. And ultimately, of those that were given the choice whether to sell their house, ultimately all did, didn't they? So that all of the houses that the property owner had the right to sell, although some hung on for a little while, ultimately they all decided to sell, which suggests that they accepted that they were better off outside that environment, because even with a treated house, they still couldn't have the problems of going outside. Now, admittedly, those levels are higher than what would be experienced here, but it does sort of point to the reason why people make complaints. And a lot of the complaints that the port experiences now are within the sorts of levels that would be experienced on this site. because Kerry's Bay gets those sorts of levels, and it's really just inviting a headache is the problem that the port's concerned about.
Thank you very much. I think that's covered. Thank you, Ms O'Callaghan, for coming on, and we appreciate all this evidence, and we will look forward to the response from the K&L Accommodation Limited. So thank you for that. Very good. Right, thank you. Right, on that note, we'll adjourn the hearing until Monday, I believe. Monday at 9:30. The panel will be doing field site visits tomorrow afternoon. So, but thank you all. Thank you.